Whoops. Ow. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Ah, the boots kind of like they have toes, like a little bit. It's cool. Well, hey, what's going on, everyone? This is Jakadash here. Welcome back to Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. So last time around we did the whole like great mines level, and things got quite dramatic with one GF fellow after another just doing the good soldier sacrificial play. But you know, because of like some cutscenes we've seen, we knew they were going to be okay. Which of course made me kind of wish that I didn't see those, but you know, oh well. Like I said, figured I'd kind of seen enough, you know. And now, my theory turned out to be correct, which is that the whole reason we are assembling the giant mech is to bust through their shield. Which kind of reminds me, reminds me of the Theronian bomb from Prime 3. That said, we have a bit of a problem, which is that in order to do that, like to start collecting them. Oh yeah, so we fought the Omega Griever in the mines, which is like this, you know, just another example basically of how green energy is sort of like Phazon reborn. It's like, because we can't, you know, it's like we're not gonna, you know, we're not bringing back Phazon, but in a sense we are also. So and then the viewer had commented like, you know, oh no, they better not like merge like Metroids and green energy. I was like, oh, unless they already have. And then I was like, well, there was a green spark when the Metroids took over Aberax. And they are different kinds of Metroids. So maybe with that being the case, then it like, you know, one of the contentions some people have had is like, why is this still regarded as a Prime game? Like, we're done with the Metroid Prime and we're done with Phazon and stuff. Well, in a sense, we're not. It's like a new kind of Phazon and new kind of horribly mutated Metroids. Possibly with said new Phazon, namely green energy. So in a sense, Metroid Prime is still a thing. It's just a different Metroid Prime, you know? And arguably, the Metroids in this game are more powerful than the Prime, because they're able to take over other creatures entirely. Anyway, Takabe is somewhere in the desert, and I have absolutely no idea where he is. I checked all the different places where the mech parts are, and there's no sign of him. So unless he's in one of these entrances, or by one of these entrances, then there is no idea where he is. Just, you know. So as a result, I'm going to... My current plan is, since there are two different aspects of the suit that I have not yet gotten yet, which, as you saw in the opening, like, you know, like that shot of Samus, I now have the Legacy suit, which is what the white suit is called, because I accumulated enough green energy. However, there's still green energy on the map, and there are still two abilities I don't have, or whatever, two aspects of the suit I don't have. And what's more, we also ran into an issue, which is that which was really pissing me off at the end of the last episode, but oh yeah, and we had fought a Varmus, those like sand whale thingamabobbers, that had swallowed a mech part right there. Or well, that's where he got exploded, because I got the psychic power bomb now, which you can also make it hover, and then you can grab and then throw. So yeah, that's pretty neat. But anyway, there are a number of these unobtained items that there's nothing to scan. I don't see the item anywhere, which is very aggravating. So my only theory and conclusion is just the reason I can't see them or get them is because I need some other ability, one of the two that I don't have. If they're even really abilities necessarily. Also, I'm not sure if the Viola has changed color. No, it's still red, but... Gosh, I look cool. This suit is... Yeah, this suit is cooler. But anyway, since there's more green energy to be had, which I can see them on the radar now, as of last episode, I think. No, wait. No, it was the episode before that, I think. I'm just going to be collecting green energy and hopefully just finishing that whole arc. What happened to those? What happened to the rest of the Marines and their little truck thingy? But yes, observe. Hello. It's the coolest thing ever. What? Oh. Okay, I don't have to be so precise, but geez. But yeah, so the oscillating blast, psychic blast wave thingy-mabobber was, oh, the single power bomb pickup thingy was, or gave me 2 back, or were there just 2 pickups? What? Oh, Ben Navajo Paco. I'm like, what? What kind of different way of saying side chick is that? Great, Miles. You know, you're strapped on an alien planet. No chance of survival. But on the other hand, you're not sitting next to Phil in the cubicle, so win? Oh yeah, we also got super missiles. We got like, you know, big bomb and big missile. Big boom. Greenest of energies. Ah, no, I missed. Oh well. I love the little fins on the back. They kind of remind me of my Omega Samus design. Just a little bit. Huh. Okay, so if I explode it, when I'm not on the bike, then I don't get it. Got it. Now wouldn't that be something? Speaking of evil doppelgangers, yeah, well, so first of all, like, we still have a number of questions that need answering. One, how are the Metroids able to do what they're doing? You know, other than, I don't know, just implied genetic engineering. Most plausible explanation, or seemingly, is the use of like Silex uses green energy. But then that would mean that he's already been to this planet, or been to this place before, which I think we did kind of hypothesize that already, like he's been here already. Just given how quickly he seemed to be, like, taking over everything. So, or just ahead of the game he is of everybody. He's just like 10 steps ahead of everybody, so like, seemingly. But, which, okay, well that would make sense, right? Another thing we need answers, or just, you know, need to know if it gets developed any further, or like what's going on, is just, you know, what's this business of Samus, like having these, like, visions or something, like her stone starts acting up. Her psychic stone starts acting up, and she's having visions of what either happened on Tanamar or what is happening, or maybe even what will happen, but we're not entirely sure what's going on. Now, given that we've learned that the Lamorn, almost called them the Navajo, the Lamorn, that had the green crystals put in their head, or not the green crystals, the psychic crystals, the stones put in their, psychic stones put in their head or whatever. We learned that those, once they were exposed to green energy, those apparently were the ones that became the Grievers, or, you know, the ones that, like, didn't have psychic abilities, like, innately, and so, you know, they had to be given a psychic stone. But yeah, those, once they were exposed into green energy, they became the Grievers, sadly. So it seems that maybe that is related, like why Samus is having some visions, or just her psychic stone is acting up. It's like for that reason. But we don't know. And we're also pretty close to the end of the game. Or getting there, anyway. Like, we're kind of, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if, yeah, we're gonna even know the answers to these questions by the end of the game. Which then, you know, if not, well then maybe, you know, it'll be answered in Prime 5, which is allegedly already in the works, but who knows? Also, something I was thinking about. So in Super Smash Brothers, there is like one of Samus in Smash Ultimate. in one of Samus's different color variants you can choose, there is this white suit variant that you know, I believe is supposed to be a reference to the light suit. The thing is, it did have these design thingy-mabobbers or differences that made it like, okay, is this really, or like, okay, it's like close enough, but then like, okay, its visor was yellow or golden, and like for some reason the rear, as it were, didn't have like the armor plating for some reason. Which is funny because, okay, so the light suit, when you first get it, it does have a golden visor. When you first get the light suit, it is gold. The lights are golden for a little bit, but then, wow, he just got launched. But then, as I was saying, like when you first get the light suit, the visor is gold, but it goes away, or it becomes like clear, just colorless afterwards. Interestingly, with this new suit, the Legacy suit, that suit design in Smash Ultimate is actually closer to the Legacy suit than it is the light suit. Yeah, this just like hit that guy and he just goes flying. I'm not sure I've seen an enemy just go flying like that in a Metroid game. It's quite funny. That's kind of how I picture, just like, I don't know, when Aram just like repulses the Omega energy, just like reflects it, as it were, just like sends Omega Samus flying. That's kind of how I pictured it. It's like, yeah. So it is. Yeah. There's something. Weird tone thing going off. I do wish the green crystals appeared on the map, though. That would be swell. I am still wondering if, whenever it is we, like that cutscene where, you know, Mackenzie, which is the first cutscene you see, like, or the first bit of footage we saw of the Legacy suit. Like, Mackenzie's like, this is the Master Teleporter, and Armstrong is like, I can't believe it. We're actually going home. I still wonder if, like, you know, they're just gonna be like, yeah, you know, we're about to go home and stuff, and then just Silex shows up. Because, I mean, I have seen this one snapshot of what appears to be inside Chrono Tower, and Samus is in the Legacy suit, and Silex is doing, like, the same pose, like the exact same pose he did in his intro video. Which is like kind of the, I don't know, the Metroid pose for I'm a badass and I know it. You know, like Dark Samus has done it, Canon's done it, Silex has done it. Just kind of this weird flex move. But which is kind of wondering, like I'm kind of wondering. It's like, okay, what's going on here? Like, is Silex, like, I don't know, getting possessed by his own Metroids? I mean, what's the schmeal deal here? Which would be rather strange if that was the case, because, like, well, I mean, aren't they, like, all, like, kind of his sort of kiddos, as it were? Because, like, that's why they're not, like, attacking him and stuff, but I don't know. You thought they did what? Like green energy crystals appearing on the map? Is that what you're saying? Well, they appear on my radar. Oh great, I've got a flyer too. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, no, they don't. They just appear on my radar. Unless... No, I think those are just rocks. Okay, I'm right next to some. Yeah, they're not appearing. Yeah, it's just my radar. Ow. Yeah, I didn't get a Delno 7 fight, but yeah, basically. We didn't get a Delano 7 fight, like a dog fight of Samus's ship versus the Delano 7. But, yeah, maybe. But maybe we will at some point. But, so... There is so something I was wrong about, like I was surprised. Like something I was dead wrong about, surprisingly, was that, so we actually didn't run into Silex at all in the mines. But I guess if he's just more or less using the Grievers as his cat's paws, And given what he knows, I don't know, he probably knows what's lurking in the freaking in the mines, you know. It's not like they got basically a whole Balrog in down there. Which I was kind of wondering, because like if that were intentional, then it wouldn't be the first time Metroid actually did borrow from Lord of the Rings, because, like, you know, I believe it was Mike Wicken was saying how, like, he had, like, recently seen, like, I don't know, the Two Towers or something, and, like, you know, so, like, the fight of Samus versus Meta Ridley at the beginning of Prime 3, which is, like, them falling and duking it out, then, yeah, that was a direct nod, or that was an intentional nod to Gandalf versus the Balrog. But like, and it's like, you know, they give the Griever like freaking devil, like the Omega Griever, freaking devil horns. So who knows? Wrong button. Which is also very interesting, because like it's just, you know, it's like this is the epitome of this is the epitome of what happens with, like, oh, is this another one? No, this is the one I opened before. You know, because the Grievers are, you know, the Lamorn with the psychic stones and stuff, right? But then we learn that the Grievers can still reproduce. And so, just the Omega Griever, just this devil horn monstrosity, is just like, yeah, this is the ultimate result of the Lamorn growing paranoid that they're running out of resources, so they switch to psychic stuff, and then, well, all hell breaks loose. Pretty, like kind of literally in some ways. But then we also kind of heard or learned that whoop, darn it. It's possible not all of the Lamorn are actually dead, because apparently the remaining 13, like, apparently, like, there were only 13 surviving Lamorn, and 12 of them, like, because they realized that the Chosen One would actually come from the outside. What's that? What is it? Oh, yeah. Should have known. But because they realized that the Chosen One would come from the outside, they sent like 12 different people, 12 of the remaining 13, to outside to search for the Chosen One, which I am kind of wondering. I mentioned how I kind of wonder if that's why there's the teleporter thingy at the beginning. Yeah, that's a funny way to put it. Although it does remind me a lot, like I was saying last episode, it does remind me of Umos, like the Sentinel of Aether, like being the only Luminoth that was awake while the others went into sleep. So, like, although they are referred to as extinct or something, there is a chance one of them at least is still alive. But this does kind of bring me to, okay, like, something else I was thinking about earlier that I didn't quite get to. So, the reason I had supposed that, well, part of the reason I had supposed that Silex, you know, I would encounter Silex in the mines as well, first of all, he's been very much involved in, like, trying to ruin my day and showing up wherever I am. But then, there was also this one cutscene in particular, like, of him just, like, holding his head, like, he just, like, broke out, or, like, I don't know, is in something, and he's just, like, holding his head or whatever, so, which at first I had wondered if maybe that was the beginning of him showing up on Vuros, like, because of the teleporter, thingamabobber. But, wow, that is a tiny bit of green. But then I was thinking, well, maybe it's in the mines or something. And, like, I don't know, we actually, you know, duke it out with him. Like the real him. Maybe not directly, but he's still, like, I don't know, in a machine or something. But, then this thought occurred to me. Which was, what if that part is actually in a post-credit cutscene? Which, I don't know, it seems not that likely, because, like, you know, would they really just show us, like, a piece of a post-credit cutscene or whatever? Like, already. But it's just, you know, the Prime games they've always pulled the post-credit cutscene thingy, so, I don't know. Maybe also just because, you know, final bosses and stuff typically have multiple phases and such, you know, we, like, fight Silex multiple times, you know. In other very much unrelated news, you ever, like, I don't know, there are just, like, some, like, sounds or whatever that just bother you and you don't actually know why? Like, it doesn't even really make any sense. Like, recently, like, somewhat recently, I learned that, there's a noise that I don't like, and I don't know why I don't like the noise. But it's like if you know, somebody's got like a metal cup or thermos or something, and it's full of ice and like water, like, you know, their drink is just like loaded with ice and liquid and stuff. And for some bizarre reason, I don't like that sound. Now, a sound that I really like, that I don't really understand why I really like it, but I mean, I guess it makes more sense, is, you know, the sound of like clocks and gears in a clock, or, you know, even just the, like the ticking or something. Like or even just the word clock, it just, like, you know, that's a nice word to say. But like it even just kind of feels related to that noise, you know. Or just it feels fitting. All it does. You mean like the sound of ice and water in a metal cup or something? I don't know. Or just like, yeah, like gear. I mean, yeah, gear sounds and stuff. Like gear sounds, clock sounds. I really like those noises. Wait, that's Okabe's. That's his. He's playing a harmonica. You know, of all the ways to locate you, I never thought a harmonica, the sound of a harmonica in a Metroid game would be it. But yeah, I saw. Okay, yeah, because this is kind of my strat. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on green energy crystals, and if I run into him, well, there you go. And you know what they say? You know, it's something I've mentioned. Like, why is it that if this isn't part of the Metroid soundtrack or the game soundtrack, anyway, but nice jams there, bud. Imagine if he was playing like a classic Metroid tune or something.
You feel that? Dry wind blows across the land. The sound of the breeze and the voices of the creatures that dwell here remind me of home.
You live in the desert?
My family comes from a long line of hunters. Hunting is how we survived. Like my father and grandfather before me. Now, when I catch the scent of game in the wind, I remember those who came before. Anyway, I lose myself. I found something near the cargo launcher.
Yeah?
I kept it, thinking it'll be of use to you.
Teleporter chip. Chip designed by the Lamorne. Galactic Federation engineer level 4 or higher can modify it for use and embed it into a patch. Okay. Yeah, I sympathize because I was like, okay, please don't go like mystic on me or whatever, whatever. But okay, thankfully that's not where the house headed at all. But anyway, use and embedded into a patch. Sweet. All right. Nice. Takabi's sleeping bag includes a head cover for a comfortable sleep, even when temperatures are in the single digits. Yeah.
Looks like you got something interesting.
Oh, does it now? And he's in dark. He's in a dark outfit as well, you know. Cinch bags belonging to Corporal Takabi contained essentials for disaster survival such as rations, water, a lighter, solid fuel, and other tools.
May solve our problems with the force field around Chrono Tower. Bring it on back to base camp so I can take a look.
Wait, is this where the missile icon changes? Because that's weird. Anyway, unless that's just something they just threw in and it's not actually part of the game for some reason. KT-6116 short to long range rifle, standard issue for Galactic Federation snipers. The gun barrel folds, allowing the rifle to be used in close quarters. The scope is installed on the sniper's helmet. Ah, interesting. A little different. This is a fire, Samus. Anyway.
Better take that chip back to Mackenzie. I hope it helps. Better take that chip back to Mackenzie.
Okay.
I hope it helps. Good hunting, Samus.
Thank you. Have fun here with your harmonica. Yeah, so Takabi and Sammy got married. I'm just kidding. I never even considered that, but that is funny. Oh, wrong button. But yeah, it's just a matter of fact. When you're not looking for something, you don't, or when you're looking for something, you never find it. But when you're not looking for it, then you find it. In this case, I was just looking for green crystals, and so I found Takabi. So there you go. Anyway, base camp. Over there. Angelic, this is true. It looks beautiful. Anyway, it's like flowery and stuff, you know? Which I sort of misread something like the descriptor for the suit, like partially. So I was like, what? This is called the memory fruit suit. It's like it's just the fruit. It's the fruit suit. That's what it is. Okay. Oh dear. Anyway, well, I guess we'll just go get the. We'll just get the energy crystals that we find along the way. And I want to see what's up with but first I want to see what's up with this new teleporter chip thingy. And that seems very much the thing that I need in order to it seems very much the thing that I need in order to get those items that I can't get. Also, I was thinking about some more. I'm like, actually, maybe it has nothing to do with the missile icon change that we saw. Oops. Maybe that's just... and the reason for that is because in the arm cannon, in the arm cannon list of, or item list, like for arm cannon stuff, it's all full. There are no like question mark slots for like for any more arm cannon weapons. So wrong button. Oh well. I wonder if I've collected a goodly amount to further, I don't know, get something else going with the green energy crystal altar thingy. Ow. Get lost. Yeah, I've definitely gotten used to the voice actor for Takabe. At first, I wasn't all that impressed, but I've gotten very much accustomed to it. Especially once I was like, he sounds a lot like Sulu in Star Trek. Whee! I feel like this is taking a bit longer than it did before. Or what if I could use the psychic beam or the control beam in tandem with the teleporter chip, and that's how I can get like higher or something. Only we did also learn that it's a bit like in Soul Valley when we use the control beam, things get foggy real quick.
Why don't you show me what Takabi found in the desert?
No. Okay.
Have you tried these thrusters yet? Aren't they amazing?
Yeah, they're fine.
You don't like them? Any issues?
No problem. The first time they went off, my legs weren't lined. And, I popped my hip out.
Ouch.
Just be careful with these new toys. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself. Again.
Thank you for your concern.
These dang young Marines and their new gear. Back in my day, we didn't have freaking jets on our suits. Anyway.
Let's take a look. Oh, wonder what this is. Let's find out. Teleportation technology? No way! You know, we were analyzing something like this back at base.
Right, yeah.
I have an idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the symbol. It looks a lot like the.
And a little bit more.
Looked a lot like the
Oh, yeah.
the device.
See? And there. It worked! I did it! This is a teleporter patch, and I've entered our coordinates here as the destination.
Oh. That's it. Or patch is. Oh. Instantly teleports patched objects. These may be. Oh, okay. Used only when mech parts for. Well, okay, that's disappointing. This is in fact not the thing I was needing to collect, or collect those items. But it is for the golem stuff. Anyway. Only with mech parts for the GF Heavyweight Golem Mech MK99 or Mark 99. The teleport destination is set to base camp. A total of 6 patches are available. Unless... Do you suppose that the big boy mech could actually be what I need to get those other items? That'd be very unusual, but then again, Brio, there were a bunch of mechs that you would use to get items. Or golems, rather.
Now, if you find any of those missing mech parts, these patches will let you teleport them directly to base camp. I mean, I can't take all the credit. The Lemorne really nailed short-range teleportation, but just put my own spin on it. We need Betsy up and running if we're going to break the force field around Chrono Tower.
Oh yeah, Betsy. That's her name, or its name.
Look for missing mech parts and send them over. We got all the keys. Now we just need to get into Chrono Tower, use the teleporter, then we're home free. Let me take some time to check out that suit next time. I want to learn the mechanism of Morph Ball. Let me take some
time to check out that suit next time? I want to learn the mechanism of morph ball.
You and the pirates, buddy. Boy, did they never figure that out.
When I get home, the first thing I'm going to do is take a hot shower. I can't wait to get out of this armor.
Is it cold? Is it cold here? What are you... I thought this place was a humid tropical area. Yeah, it works. You know, it works story-wise. Just it is kind of a, you know, yeah, whatever. Oh, why not? Yeah, that's what you think. Okay. I don't know about that. I'm not saying it's entirely off the table. It's just, you know. That was a lot shorter. It was just taking its sweet time last time. Yeah. Oh well. We're not gonna worry about it. Yeah. Later. I don't want what you're selling. Nope.
Did you ever collect that mech part from the giant sand creature you killed? We need those parts to complete the mech.
Not yet. I'm working on it. Believe it or not. Huh? Those are new. Lysorala? A bird variant with a hammer-like head shape with protrusions to either side. They are featherless and have wings made of a thin skin membrane. Interesting. Uh, Polalisorala are birds commonly found dancing. That's like the most like weird word names for like a Metroid creature I think I've ever heard. Um, um, Birds commonly found dancing in the skies above Soul Valley. They form flocks of up to several dozen and prey upon insects during flight. Their bodies are featherless and instead feature a thin membrane containing a vibrant red pigment that turns light into energy, meaning that as long as there is sunlight, they only ever need to stop for water. They will instinctively soar high into the sky in order to sunbathe. Their heads feature left and right protrusions with eyes seated at either tip, ultimately giving them a full 360 view of their surroundings. Indeed. So a bit more than just a chameleon. I'm still wondering why the heck there was ah. Back part acquired. What if I actually get like a jetpack or something? Like, I don't know. I bring back all of the parts, and then, I don't know, Mackenzie is like, hey, have a jetpack.
When I have all the missing parts, I can fix them back. Send them to me as soon as you find them. There should be 5 more.
Indeed. So I have 3 theories currently. Well, the jetpack I just kind of pulled out of my pocket. You're just like, but that's one. Another is these items that I can't get that are just up high and stuff. I can only get with the giant golem. Another idea, or the third idea though, is just completing the green energy thingy. Just all that business. I also have a lot of scans I haven't done yet, or gotten yet.
There appears to be some Calfan debris near your location. Might be a good place to search for back parts.
I know. Ah. Just because I don't like you, you're getting the super missile. quite overkill. But bye. Oh, hi. Look at this dude. Yeah, just this way. I think I only just now actually realized the relation to what you're talking about. Like how the suit looks. Like how my current suit looks. That's like kind of what's going on in like as far as Blender is concerned. Three more. Oh yeah. Wait, three more. I see one. And I see two. Huh. So there's one mech part that I actually haven't located yet. Huh. Interesting. Uh-oh. You know? I think you have a point. Oh yeah, so this suit also does have a, it does have an ability to create a barrier. Like a temporary barrier. That uses up like, was it like 35 missiles or something like that? Sweet. Alright.
If you're not sure where to go, you can always call in and ask me. You can reach me through the radio command on the map.
You know, you could have told me that, or you could have been a bit more specific where Takabe was in the desert, but I guess he didn't know. But so, yeah. Oh well. I'm not that like upset about it. Like, truthfully, I'm really not. It just kind of surprised me, and I was also just a bit frustrated and tired at the time, and I was just like, really? You're really gonna make me just look for a needle in the haystack? Namely Takabe? Fortunately, I did find him, so. I'm quite shiny. Yeah, the little glow I have just kind of around my suit, and like, you know, just like the little violet, like, or just a little pink and just little sheens or whatever. It kind of reminds me of how the Phazon suit had like a little, like a thin layer of just like, this is true. It reminds me of how the Phazon suit had like this little like thin layer of just distortion, like its shielding, like Samus's suit shielding was like a lot more visible. Wait, 5 out of 6. Oh. Oh, so I've already, okay. So now I gotta find another mech part that I don't know the location of. Okay. Which is also funny because, you know, this game, you know, it's like each of the Prime games has been getting a lot of love, like including Prime Hunters and Federation Force. Like each of the Prime games has been getting a good amount of love in this game. Oh yeah, it does remind me of that too. Just like, you know, when she's in hyper mode or something, just a little, yeah, it's like kind of a little bit of shielding there. Before I do that, though, I need to go to the bathroom for a second, so I'll be right back. Wunderbar. Okay. Well, given that one of the mech parts was actually in the one of the gate areas or something, it might be a good idea to check those places. I'm pretty sure it's not around here because I think because I was scanning around and stuff, so I'm thinking it's either at the Volt Forge entrance or the Flare Pool entrance. And also, there are some places down there, especially near Flare Pool, that haven't quite been explored. Okay, the reason I keep doing that is because it kind of sounds like Samus is going or whatever just whenever she's charging. But I think that's probably just a sound effect. But even so, I've got a Tron disc and a Metroid game, and I know how to use it. You don't want any of this, buddy. Wait, what was... Did you see something? Maybe not. It's a pretty big area, so wouldn't be too surprised if there was a mech part here somewhere. Wait, what's that? Only from inside. Okay, for some reason, I have scenes of Markiplier's playthrough of this game called Night of the Consumers, just looping in my head. And Night of the Consumer, it's a play on words, because what the game actually is, it's just a sort of, it's just sort of a simulation of being a retail worker, and you're just trying to put goods away, items away, and trying to avoid being accosted by customers who are constantly, they're wanting to be taken to such and such aisle, and if you don't do it within a certain time limit, then they'll be like, I want to speak to a manager, and then you get a game over, or whatever. Malfunction was caused by an explosive impact. Repairs are required before it can be used again. It's like quite clever. Or anyway, I'm not seeing anything here. Alright, not here. To quote, to adapt a quote from the first X-Men, I'm gonna go look for it. How? The traditional way. Look. Or I'm gonna go find it. How? The traditional way. Look. It's too bad you can't do like little, tricks. Like, doing like a flip or something. Then we could prove that Samus likes to have a little fun every now and again. Where am I? Okay. But yeah, it's also just a game I appreciate because it's like, it's just because it's like, okay, while I haven't worked at like Walmart or anything like that, like it does like actually feel like, a pretty faithful simulation. And so like, it's like pretty great. And Like, and it also just works like a horror game. Like, even though eventually it kind of just becomes, you know, the customers that accost you, they become just more annoying than anything. But even so, it like, you know, it kind of becomes like a psychological horror game, in effect. So. It's funny, and every time one of the customers accosts you and like, you know, demands you take them, like, you know, to a certain aisle because they're looking for what such and such a thing, you know, it's always like, excuse me. It's like you just hear something like that. Oh no. It's also kind of like, just in my years as being a guy working at like Papa Murphy's and stuff, like Squidward and SpongeBob has become like the funniest like one of the funniest characters ever, just because, you know, he's working at a restaurant and he like, you know, he's like, he says the things that you want to say at times but you can't because, you know, you're being a good customer service and representative and stuff. Oh no. Anyway, I'm not seeing another mech part here. What's that again? Oh. Right. I was just thinking to myself, how do I get back up there? And I'm like, oh yeah. This little gizmo. Right, that's what that is. Hmm? No. Very well.
How about looking for mech parts in the unexplored areas inside the flare pool volcano? You've explored most of the facility, I think.
I see. So, I had thought to myself, you know, I was thinking to myself, it's not in... Surely it's not in... Surely they're all just out here, right? They're not going to be inside, like, one of these areas. But alas, can't follow me into this room. Classic. Oh, okay. see. Ah! Super Missile do be feeling super. Interesting main tank content blocked by a rock. The debris can be removed with strong impact. Tetherball! Um... How do I shut that off? That was a momentous question I once asked Hamlet. Can I... Sure? Is this how I turn the llama off? Or something? Yes, sir. Nice. Wheeled vehicle gate. Operation halted by circuit failure. It cannot be opened. I guess so. The morph ball yoink. I like how it's also kind of a bit of a meta commentary or just whatever, just like Mackenzie being like, let me take a look at that suit sometime. I wanna learn how the morph ball works, or whatever. And it was like, yeah, you and everybody else, really. And the Space Pirates have tried to figure it out. They haven't done it. Once again, tether tennis in Metroid. Make it happen. Make it a game. Okay. I take it that's a... That's a quote, or an adaptation of a quote, but me no understand what it is, though. Hold up. This looks like an arena if I've ever seen one. Records from the Galactic Federation UTO Research Center on planet Tanamar, brought here when the Lamorne teleporter went out of control. Is that a gun? Charged particle cannon attachment to the upper right arm of a Galactic Federation heavyweight golem. The cannon and connection sockets are relatively undamaged, and a full restoration appears possible. Hmm? Oh my. What the frick are you? Behemoth. Indeed. Oh, I think I might have seen something of that. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just thinking of something else. Giant arthropod with 8 legs, 4 independent eyes, and 3 mouths. Yeah, I saw that. Ugh. Its entire body is covered with a mineralized skin layer that neutralizes all firearms. Attacks by rapidly shooting flaming projectiles from its mouth, using oscillation waves to drive enemies away, and producing a powerful air suction to pull enemies in. Only its eyes are vulnerable to damage. A little bit. The behemoth is a giant arthropod that lives in the caves of Magdrada volcano. Its body is covered in a layer of mineralized skin that neutralizes all firearms, but its 4 eyes, which are directly connected to its brain via delicate nerves, are vulnerable to damage when open. It is aggressively territorial and will attack anyone that gets too close, either by rushing toward them in an attempt to ram them, or through a variety of fire-based attacks. These attacks are fueled by the behemoth creating a flammable mixture of air and its own body fluids, which it can then emit either in a mist it ignites by striking the ground to create a fiery ring, or as a series of fire bombs expelled from its 3 mouths. Somewhat. It's just, as opposed to tidal waves, And got one of its eyes. Oh, I can't. I can freeze its mouth. Or mouths. Excuse me. Nice. Boy, it's a good thing I have. Oh, wait a minute. Forgot about that. Got it. Hmm. Let's take a look at this thing. Oh, this time I got the jingle, you know. What do you mean I can't? Oh, I'm not where I thought I was at all. Wait, no. Just chalk it up to Jewish grammar. Redundancy is emphasis, not repetitiveness. The heck was that? Oh, you, huh? Seems just a little silly that you can't summon the Viola there, but... Well, what if I want to dismount it in lava? What's that to you, anyway? Anyway. that's not really a bug. That's kind of been... That's just kind of been a thing in all of the Prime games. I think it's just, you know... Well, especially in this case, because when I go into scan mode, it's specifically the psychic visor, which uses this, which, you know, so it's like normal-ish looking, you know. You know, I was gonna just leave you alone, but you know, I can engage you if you want, you know, if you want to play ball. Yeah, I don't think that's not really a bug. That's something that's kind of been a part of the whole Prime thing, and especially in this game, it makes perfect sense for it not to do that because when in psychic visor mode, it will, like, my arm cannon is normal-ish because I'm using the control beam. Or here's a, you know, I just cancel it like this and then go out of it, and then it just goes back to whatever beam I was, no, whatever shot I was using or whatnot. Yeah, that's not a bug. Ah, darn it. Wait, did I just... I did? Oh, wait. Where am I? Well, it will be on my way. It will be on my way back, it appears, so I'll worry about that later. I would like a save station. Okay, awesome. Actually, did I just pass that? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Once again. Oh. Friendly fire is a thing. But as I was saying, okay. But as I was saying, what was I saying? Gosh darn it. Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Once again, compliments to the voice actress for CME in this game. Because boy, oh boy, did she really put her heart in it. Awesome sauce. Yeah, not today. Ow. Oh, of course. Ah, no. Oh, no. Hey, you son of a beeswax. Oh, my gosh. Can I? I can. Okay. Alright, you know what? You're getting the business. Ow! So are you. I don't care if that was a waste of ammo. You're getting, you're getting what's coming to you. Pungent, doesn't it mean smelly? Or just odorous, just has a strong odor. Ow. Forgot about that. Yeah, no sense in going that way. Actually, is there even a way to go this way? I see. Well, for whatever reason, this one line. Oh, right, it's because I was like, you'll get what's coming to you, or whatever. Like it, it's finally reminded. Or it reminded me of a line Jafar says at the beginning of the first Aladdin, which is you know, because the whatever the guy or Gazim like you know, gets like the other half of that magical scarab thingy. And like he at first just goes, you know, he's about Jafar is about to like take it. He's like, the treasure. And this one word, I think I came to this realization before, and I just forgot about it maybe. But Jafar then says, "Trust me, my pungent friend. You'll get what's coming to you." So I'm in bad shape. Oh, that's not spider ball stuff. That's... I can't go this way, right? Great. So was that actually the last thing other than that little door? If it even leads to anything. Even with all these energy tanks I have, this place is freaking dangerous. Just so I can get... Well, I was hoping for some health. I guess I'll take that. It's fine. It's fine. You know, I'm not mad at all. What's this? Just an elevator? Well, in that case, forget about it. Shoot. There is also... Ah, no! If I had lost to that quick draw, that might have been the end of me. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. I'm going to the safe station. Oh, okay. There is one more Lamorne log we haven't found yet, and it may be around here, though. Oh, okay. So now we're seeing the progress of the green energy crystals. Okay. So it's almost... Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, there are a good deal of scans I haven't gotten. How it irks me, so... You know, something I am really hoping isn't the case, is that because there are amiibos for this game, and I know for like Dread, you had amiibos that, like, the Emmy amiibo would like give you an extra, I think an extra 10 missiles that you otherwise could not get in the game. Like as far as capacity is concerned. And then Samus, the Dread Samus amiibo would give you a like an energy, like an extra energy tank or something, I think. I don't properly remember what it was. But all that is to say that if there is a post-credit cutscene or something for getting like 100% of items or whatever, I really hope that that is not contingent on like getting the amiibos as well, because that would kind of suck. Or maybe, you know, like, because I've gotten, like, I'm over 75% as far as items are concerned, which, how it was in all three Prime games, there was something special you unlocked if you got 75% of items. And then there was something more, which was the post-credit cutscene, if you got 100%. So, yeah, I think it was like, yeah. And there was like spider rail, right? Mm-hmm. No. Gotta do this with style. That's just too cool. And see, that's why it's the psychic power bomb and not just a power bomb, because you can also do that. Anyway, unless there is something beyond, like, unless there is an item that otherwise would not have shown up, or that wouldn't show up if I, unless I had explored past this area. But there was a map part, or there was the mech part that I wasn't able like, I couldn't collect until later. And then it still... Oh. I was about to say, this feels like I'm being ambushed. Sure enough, that's exactly what's going on. But yeah, it seems like I'm done with Flare Pool. That is, as far as items are concerned. The last audio, or not audio log, the last Lamorne log is probably here somewhere. But, right now, I kind of just want to get out of this place because it is a scary place because of how deadly it is. Oh. I thought it was a green thing I could scan. Can I? Thank you. Huh. That seems like an indicator. That seems like an indicator that once we go to Chrono Tower, I can't leave. Or like I'm triggering the end game. So if that's the case, then I guess it's time to just be collecting green energy crystals. Eventually go back to Furry Green and Volt Forge to collect the last well, I mean, obviously, we'll go to Volt Forge first. Yeah, we're pretty close to the end at long last. But, you know, still feel like there are a number of questions that are unanswered that we won't, like are we not gonna get? Are we not gonna get an answer to it? Or is it just gonna, you know, we're just gonna be left to speculate? I'm not seeing any crystals appear on my map. Or not map, radar. Interesting. That's not all of them, right? Surely there gotta be some more. And also, okay. Oh. Well, my inventory is all filled up now. So I guess maybe it's just going to be another psychic beam upgrade, so that it doesn't like totally create a new slot in the inventory system. Well, if that's the case, then it's got to be that that's all right. I mean, I'm not really doing particularly anything interesting at the moment, except for, you know, collecting green energy crystals now. So, but what do you mean? The things? Well, yeah, so the things that the question mark thingy bobbers The question mark... No, he's playing the harmonica again. The question mark thingamabobbers. Oh, another cutscene.
Samus, please, join me. Make yourself comfortable.
No.
This belonged to my father. We used to sit around a fire just like this, telling stories. He always spoke of Solon. Are you familiar? Solon sits atop the sky. Solon provides equal light to all. Solon is always watching over us.
Ah, yes, you're
That is
God.
why we must not bring shame to Solon.
Uh-huh.
I have made mistakes. Many mistakes. But through Solon's light, I find balance.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for indulging me. I've missed these campfire stories. Samus, have you seen some of the pieces of the Federation base that were teleported here?
Yeah.
I believe this will be of use to you. Please, take this.
Oh. Really? Okay. Sure. What the frick? Alright.
Good hunting, Samus.
What if I told you that I know of somebody who is greater than Solon, you know? Creator of heaven and earth and of the sun, you know? Well. Let's see. Truth of the matter is, though, it's not like it's that far off. Or, it's not like it's anything particularly new. You know, just like with the sacred tree or the Chozo being in harmony with nature, or like, you know, trying to find the you know, unlocking the secrets of the universe through the, like, Zen stuff or whatever, and then you're messing with my Zen thing, man. Or the light of Aether, for that matter. Even though, I mean, the light of Aether, like their blessing, is very similar to the Aaronic blessing. So, I mean, at the same time, though, it is something that's not, strictly speaking, you know. But, you know, when you encounter different cultures and whatnot, that is a liability. Which is why you have to bring with you the truth and the truth of God's word, you know. Well, I mean, that's one of the weird things, or that's one of the things that distinguishes Christianity from everything else, right? All other all other, what all false religions have in common is, what can I do to earn my salvation, to not bring shame upon, upon God, or what have you, or something like that. What can I do? What do I do? Whereas Christianity and the truth of God's word is not what can I do, but what has God done? And, putting your faith in that instead of your own works. So, it's nothing really new, really. It's just, we always like to, and it is something that unfortunately is just part of human nature, is just part of our pride, because we gotta have some of the credit. We gotta feel like we have some of the credit in our own salvation, but that's part of the thing that we gotta let go. And why accepting the gift of God through Christ Jesus does require humility, Yeah, just like the closer it is to the actual thing, the more dangerous it is. It's kind of like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, thank you for indulging me. Here, have a missile expansion. Whatchamacallit? I was gonna say something. I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's kind of like the uncanny valley sort of thing, in a strange sense. Just like the closer something is to the actual truth of Scripture and the actual truth of God's word, but it's just off enough to where it's heretical and therefore dangerous, is like, the most diabolical. Oh, shoot. Still, he means well. I'll give him that. But then again, you know what they say about the road to hell, It is paved with good intentions. Plus moments like this in games, they give me opportunity to, shed a bit of light of the real deal, as it were. Shed some light of the truth, Which is like when I was playing like Dust, Tale of the Wired West, and, you got Mrs. McIntosh, who's just like this sort of caricature, but still very much a real sort of person. That is true. Always gotta love a good relationship with your father. But yeah, just like, there were and are still very much like, people who are professing Christians who are just very prejudiced and very fearful, just living in fear all the time, and hate evil more than they love good, and are just like, their relationship with God, if you can call it that, is really just purely fear. There is no love for His word or His truth or things of that, and they just live in fear of the devil and whatnot instead of in fear of Almighty God. So, just like, with Mrs. McIntosh and Dust the Tale of the Wired West in particular, I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, this is an opportunity for me to adjust or correct, as it were, Or, Reverend Trout in Titanic Adventure Out of Time. Same sort of deal. It's an opportunity for me to correct and rebuke and be like, hey, man, if you'd like to crack open that there Bible, I think you'll find, what you're thinking ain't it. But, things of that nature. Alright. So it seems very much that the only way to get to some of these pickups is with the mech. Which, if that's the case, then maybe I don't have to be so paranoid. Maybe I can just maybe I can just, get to it, but still, I think I would prefer, Anyway, these are definitely becoming fewer and far between. Let me check behind the mine again. Yeah, I must have. Yeah, I think I do remember actually getting everything back here. But. Oh boy. Well, things are definitely gonna get busier. Well, I mean, we did get, you know, past Halloween, which I think was the busiest day at my job. Or this past year was the busiest I think I've ever done as far as Papa Murphy's is concerned. Yeah, Halloween is like, yeah, for whatever reason, it's the busiest day for Papa Murphy's, but even though like our special like jack-o'-lantern pizzas or whatever that we make for the occasion, they're not nearly as like um, they don't make up like half of the sales or anything like that, but now this time around we also had our $5 Friday deal, which is why it was so darn busy, is because we had not only our Jackos but also our $5 Friday deal because Halloween was on a Friday this year, and I thought about like, okay, because sure, kids are out trick or treating and stuff, but adults, like a lot of adults, are going to be having Halloween parties. So where there's a party, there's oftentimes going to be pizza, I guess. So I guess that's why Halloween do be busy for us. Yeah, I think we're getting off early on Christmas Eve. Hopefully, anyway. That'll certainly help me out because I'm gonna be traveling to West Plains, I guess, which is gonna be like a 4-hour drive for me. What's that? No. Okay. Oh yeah, and the mines. There are also some upgrades I haven't collected yet. Well, let me test my theory. Okay. Like, I can quit to the menu. So if I end up triggering the end game, once like all the mech parts are together, like once I, go back to base camp or something, like, and I don't end up collecting those items, as I thought I could, well then, well then I'll just quit, go back to the menu, and then reload my last save, There's probably at least, there are probably at least a few good, like, green energy crystals around somewhere. But, don't know where they would be. Sure takes a bit, huh? Web dev?
You did it, Samus. You found the missing pieces. That was everything I needed to fix Betsy. You know, the mech. She is good to go.
Excellent work, Samus. With the mech repaired, we'll be able to destroy the force field around Chrono Tower.
Yeah, we're gonna want to be careful with that. Just saying I had to get a little creative with those repairs. Yeah, I can only guarantee about 80% functionality.
Oh, just 80%. That's good, Gearhead.
We trust you.
Aw.
We can leave for Chrono Tower.
Perfectionist, that one.
You give the order, Samus. You ready?
Oh.
Hey, girl.
I'm a girl? Okay. I see. Okay. That said, we are in a pickle. Because I don't know. I don't know how to get those other parts. Still not full. Not yet. Well,
She's back.
no, I'm not. Bye. Well, although I will be kind of, well, not really spoiling. I just want to see what actually moving forward with the mech looks like. Oh, wait a minute. You mean Tokabi? Was think maybe it was. Hang on a second. So all of those places where there were items that I couldn't collect are actually just places where Tokabi shows up. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. I think if memory serves me, I think there is one that we did find. That being said,
Good hunting, Samus.
oh god. That being said, if he's going to be showing up at all those different places, we may be in for more Solon evangelism. So brace yourself, I guess. But maybe not. Maybe he'll talk about something else. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of the locations I looked at. Yeah, that's like... Yeah, one of the places I'm looking at on the map, I'm pretty sure is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same place. Okay. So let's try do east once we get out. you know, and again, it may be something else he talks about, because...
Come back to base camp when you're ready.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely triggering the end game. Yeah, this is like a little clearing that he's probably setting up camp. Yeah, you're right. I muddled. Okay, so it's like in a certain order, then. Like, so first you have to find Tokabi for the teleporter chip, and then you have to go to these places in a certain order. Yeah. I mixed up like east with like left. Is what I meant. You know, which, you know, if you're facing north, then east is left. But, you know. Okay, where is this? I'll tell you what, though. If this is actually what's going on, like him just appearing in these different spots, and we're gonna talk to him, or rather, he's gonna talk to us. Gosh darn it, you're right. West is left. I'm extra mixed up today. All right. I'm sorry. um, yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's just him appearing in these different spots. Huh. How interesting. Anyway.
Dennis, nice to see you again. I was born on the fourth moon of Salatine, in the northern reaches. Resources were scarce, and each day was a struggle to survive. By my generation, it was difficult to support the family by hunting, so I joined the Federation. I don't know
Good old
if this
prairie.
was in line with Solon and my father's way, but I had to do it to feed our family. So from hunter, I became sniper. It's strange. My words flow so easily around you. Oh, before you go, Samus.
What does that even mean?
It looks like there's a few ruins in this valley. I found something near one of them.
Shot expansion. Thank you. So he did something that was kind of against, or that may not have actually been really in line with his own religion, eh? Because he cared for his family. Which way am I going now? Okay. I guess I'm checking this place out. Also, this guy moves around really fast. Trudeau, isn't it? Not to be confused with a former Canadian Prime Minister. Anyway, no, his icon isn't showing up. Also, like the different sound effects. Like skidding or whatever, or, you know, on like rock or metal or whatever. It's like different than when it's on the sand. Well, okay. Well, I guess this is the place then. Well, the solution to these items was not at all what I was expecting. Far from it. Why, when he said, like, my words flow so easily around you, or something? Okay. Like, sure, yeah, I'll just be your, you know, if you need somebody to, you know, pour your heart out to, I guess, I don't know. There was kind of a joke I had, or I was thinking earlier, just like when it looked like Samus was about to reach out to try and comfort Armstrong or something. I was like, well, you know, Samus is a good old therapist or something. But it's like, what does that even mean? No? He's not here. Unless he's just not where I think he is. I was like, well, you can't expect him to show up, you know, just immediately in another place, right? I mean, logically, yes, I would think that, but this is a video game. Hmm. This is true. She's met all kinds of people in her time, so she's used to it, I guess. This is also true. I mean, to be fair, he was also a mass murderer who, yeah. Which, speaking of which, okay, so something that I've kind of wondered. It's like Samus, like when she first sees Ravenbeak, her immediate instinct is to raise her arm cannon, even though wouldn't, like, you know, she could probably still tell that it was a Chozo, right, from a distance. But so then I guess something I've thought about, or something I was thinking about, was like why she would immediately raise her arm cannon is it may be a bit of a gesture, if you will, that if a Chozo appears in front of you wearing armor, then that's kind of a sign that they're not friendly, or or at least maybe as far as the Thoha culture is concerned. It's sort of like, I mean, like I mean with the Malkin, I guess, because they're a warrior tribe, it's just perfectly normal. But like, I was thinking about this because, like, okay, so one of the interesting tidbits in like the play. That is true. And then and a Chozo wearing battle armor. And also she may be thinking, is this even a real Chozo? But or is this an X imitation? But like I was thinking about how like it also just reminds you of, so in Henry V. Well, see, this is part of why I'm thinking it. Is because Grey Voice, you do see Grey Voice in armor once. And it's, like, you know, Grey Voice, he's playing the part of the traitor just to make the, like, Mother Brain and Ridley's and the Space Pirates guards down, to make their guards down. And then he shows up in front of Mother Brain with his, like, soliloquy, if you will, basically being like, yeah, Mother Brain, you think you're all that in a bag of chips, but guess what? I know that you're actually afraid of Samus and stuff. And like, Mother Brain is just kind of having this like twitch or seizure or something, like to the point like she's like Ridley, help me, or whatever. And but he shows up in full battle armor with like a heavy cannon. And well, don't forget, Samus still has Metroid DNA. It's just, it was calmed. It wasn't eradicated. But anyway, as I was saying, there's like, it was was reminding me how, like, in Henry V, like the Shakespeare play Henry V, like the Duke of Exeter, who's Henry V's uncle. It's like the king of France is receiving the messenger from Henry V, who is the Duke of Exeter, and he shows up. Like, he's just he is the Duke and he is the messenger, but he shows up in the king's court in full armor. Which translates to, okay, you better, he is like, which basically translates to, you better take what I'm about to say seriously, and think very carefully what your answer is, or else, you know. But, well, okay, let me help you out just a little bit. So, there's never been a precedent of X being able to counter Metroid DNA. Like, to actually destroy it. Because if that were the case, well then there would be a thing with, like, Infusion, or in Dread for that matter. So, while it didn't destroy her Metroid DNA, it did calm it to the point where she was able to leave with her ship. And also, if X genes could actually destroy Metroid DNA, well then the Metroid vaccine wouldn't really have worked in the first place. the reason that Samus is part Metroid anyway in the first place. Now, what seems to be the case is that because it was Quiet Robe X who is a Thoha, that is why the X was able to placate her, as it were. That being said, whether, like, I'm not convinced, like, as, that Metroid guy would say, I am not convinced that the X really did this of its own accord. Because if it did, well then the X did something very foolish. Which is that, like, all the X would have to do to get rid of the threat of Samus, the threat, like, to remove the one threat to the X in the whole universe. All the X would have to do is just leave her alone and just let the planet blow up and take her with it. That's all the X would have to do. However, that X, like, not only saved her, but also pretty much doomed, like resealed the fate of the X, as it were, because it saved the one thing that could destroy the X. So, you know, and I think just part of what adds to, you know, me thinking that, okay, the X didn't do this of its own accord is Quiet Robe X, like, just, you know, doing the Chozo salute before just devolving into an X, and then just, you know, helping her out, you know. Now, one could argue that I don't know, because, like, the Thoha genes have the ability to tell Metroid DNA to self-destruct. But again, there's no precedent for that. Now, it's not like things haven't happened without precedents before, but it's just, okay, well, if the Thoha who were able to control Metroids, if they were able to just make Metroids self-destruct, well, then they wouldn't have needed the Malkin. They wouldn't have needed the Malkin in order to, or rather, they wouldn't have called on the Malkin to try and help them deal with the Metroid threat when the Metroids became way too powerful and beyond their ability to handle. So, and that question you asked, like, this also, yeah, it reminds me of something else. Something else I thought about was how Dread further like clarified something. Hear something? Dread clarified something a bit about the X, which is that the X absorb memories of specifically living hosts. And and what are Quiet Robe X's first words? Well, first and only words, really. I'm counting on you. Except he's using those words, or it's using those words in addressing the Emmy and reactivating the Emmy to hunt for Samus, right? The thing is, Quiet Robe himself said those exact words. I am counting on you. Those were his last words. I am counting on you, Samus. Which means that when the X infected Quiet Robe, he wasn't actually dead. So, and not only was he not only dead, or not only was he not actually dead, but he also wasn't consumed. He was just like a body that had an X in it. And this is, I am expounding on something. Oh boy, I am expounding on something that I wanted to do a theory video on. So this is just kind of me just teasing it beforehand. But this is like there's a, like, you know, the next, like, or one of the next Metroid musings, if you will. I was gonna call, like, the will of the Chozo or something like that. I'm pretty sure he said I am counting on you. But so something in the first Prime is this one logbook entry that mentions, like, the will of the Chozo will never run dry. And it's part of this aspect, the will of the Chozo, that the Chozo ghosts are even a thing in the first Prime. So I'm thinking the reason that, yeah, I know, yeah, exactly, like he said, yeah, counting on you, Samus, or Tamus, or whatever, I think, which is the, like, the Chozo variant of her name. But so she, or rather, so, like, I'm basically thinking, okay, look, like, why was Quiet Robe not consumed by the X, and then thereby he ended up helping him? Yeah, like, something like that. But it's like, you know, that's why he wasn't consumed, is because the will of the Chozo, you know, is, like, stronger. But then, that then, of course, raises or begs a very important question, which is that while Quiet Robe X wasn't consumed, why was Ravenbeak immediately consumed? Well, there are, I mean, I guess you could pose the possibility that is because he was unawares, and maybe Quiet Robe was aware that an X was after him, or was about to take him. Or, here's a more interesting possibility. Ravenbeak succumbed because he wanted to. Because, you know, what is Ravenbeak's mantra? You know, what is literally written on his shawl in Chozo's? Hadar Sin Ulmin, power is everything. It's like it says he worships at the altar of power. Like, power is like quite literally his god. So, and what do the X offer? Power. So, I think it's yeah, excited alligator boy. That is true. You know, there is that aspect as well. It's like the strength of the X as well, but then again, the X that infected Quiet Robe was himself was itself a rather sophisticated X already, because it was a red one, and like red ones have like, just judging by what they give you, red X's are like, I guess you could argue, as developed an X can be without being a core X. Okay, I have a theory. While we're discussing theories, I have a theory that he's not going to show up at these other places unless I leave the vicinity, like leave the immediate vicinity. So like going in one of these places might do the job. You may not have really known about it, but I don't know. Then again, in this other theory of mine, or that I never did really get to, I have thought that the reason he has a weapon that looks a lot like the dark burst is because, like, so the Chozo and the Luminoth are in communication with each other, right? So they probably were exchanging, you know, weapons technology and stuff, and maybe the Luminoth are like, well, we don't really have a reason to have this dark beam anymore, so hey, you want it? And he's like, yeah, sure. Which is funny because the dark beam is kind of phased, or at least it imitates Phazon, you know. Anyway, see if my theory is correct. Maybe not this one. Well, you know. We assumed you knew, darling. But I mean, it is kind of a loose. I mean, the only real basis I have is that, or thinking that the only real basis I have for that dark beam looking thing that Ravenbeak uses actually being dark beam related is really just a matter of aesthetics. Like, it just looks similar. But it may be completely unrelated, and probably is, you know. Now, perhaps some kind of dark energy, but not like the Luminoth dark beam. But we have seen examples of like the Luminoth experimenting with Chozo tech, so that's also part of why, you know, it's reasonable to, you know, it seems reasonable to assume that you know, it just might, you know, it's like, okay, well, if the Luminoth are experimenting with Chozo tech, then maybe the Chozo are experimenting with Luminoth tech, you know? Well, if you count the oh, I see. An elevator that gives me multiple locations I can go to. Hey, the little elevator theme. If you count what is going on with like the model as strictly speaking canonical, at least in Prime 2, then yes, you can have like the Dark Beam or the Annihilator or whatever. But in theory, you know, I don't know, I guess they're expecting you to be absorbing phazon shots with the power beam, and so they didn't really think about it. And in Prime 3, there is also a similar bug where in that last cutscene, or in that cutscene where Samus, like, you know, it seems like she didn't escape phase on time, and but then she shows up and you see her in her gunship giving the thumbs up, and then if you look at her arm cannon, it's actually what the arm cannon looks like in hyper mode. So now, I guess, you know, you could come up with a head canonical explanation for that, which is that, I don't know, just being permanently in hyper mode for a good while, just the arm cannon got a little stretched. Well, I don't know how to get him to appear in these other places. Do I have to go back to Furry Green?
Have you gathered everything you need? And all we have to do is travel to Chrono Tower together. Come back to base camp when you're ready.
No, I don't think I will. Okay. Alright, well, let me go back to this other area, and if he's still not there, then I'll try going back to Furry Green, see if that works, like going back to base camp. And then going back out here, because That's the one final, or the one common denominator left I can think of for why he's or for what made him show up. Yeah. Now she did she did return the dark suit and light suit. Oh, there's a fire. He's here. Awesome. All right, Buster, what do you have to say this time?
Samus, have you already seen the rebels from the Federation base?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that reminds me of my job. Ever heard of Hercule? Come rest. Quietly eliminating threats to keep planets on the fringe safe, unknown to everyone. That is the job. And in return for my service, I would get paid, just like a bounty hunter. You are also a bounty hunter, but you fight for a greater purpose. Alone, overcoming death, and continuing to fight, something only you can do. Here, a gift. I pulled it out from under the debris.
Ooh, thank you. She's just like looks away, just kind of like she's just having kind of an existential crisis moment or something. It's like, why do you? It's like that one cat video, just like, why are you like this? And then cat just like starts biting, and just like.
Take a moment. Feel the rhythm of the wind. It reminds me of my home.
Fascinating.
Good hunting, Samus.
Thank you. Herc Unit Delta, eh? That's something I need to keep in mind for like fan fiction and stuff, you know? Yeah, it's a nice helmet. Nice helmet. Okay, so it seems all I need to do. I don't know. It's just talking about Destiny and stuff. He's keeping the fringe of the galaxy safe while I'm keeping the universe safe. Like on. Wait, no. It wasn't this. It wasn't this that solved it. It was actually going into one of the areas. Which, if that's the case, then I should just be able to go down the elevator, come back up, and voila, there he is. shoot. Oh well. Ow. Alright. After this, I'm gonna like look for a little bit of. Well, why does the elevator sound like it's breathing? Also, am I in I think I'm in heels now. In this suit. Going back up.
Come back to base camp when you're ready.
It didn't work. He's not here. Maybe I have to. Maybe I have to try someplace else. Like the entrance to Flare Pool, for instance. Is he here now? Hey,
Good hunting, Samus.
thank you. What are you doing in this location? You weren't... Fascinating. Well, he did move, but... You know, I did see, like, the headline of this one article, which is that there's way too much dialogue in this game for Samus to still be silent. It's like... Oh, I don't know. I mean... Well, I mean, I will say, like I said, there have been moments where she just only communicates via gestures or something, and, like, you know, the character is, like, voicing what she's saying for her. It's like, ah, you want to go there, or whatever. Like, you know, we're, you know, playing 20 questions or something, just, like, through gestures or what have you. So, like, it does, I will say there have been moments where I will say there have been moments where the silence feels a little forced. Just a little bit. I'm not totally bothered by it because, you know, the player... I mean...
Have you gathered everything you need? And all we have to do is travel the Chrono Tower together.
The...
Get back to base camp when you're ready.
The Prime games are pretty good, like, pretty good at developing Samus's character while still preserving the connection between Samus and the player. Like, the player is Samus, but at the same time, there is still a character. There is still a character of her own that is being shown and developed in the Prime games. And so, you know, it's why it doesn't bother me. Like I said, there are moments where it does feel a little forced that she doesn't say anything, but then again, the player may be saying out loud what she's communicating, and that's kind of the idea. That's kind of the idea. Just her, like, the player is the voice for Samus in that moment. And he's still not here. Like, you know, Duke is just like, I find it hard to believe that, you know, the Federation would send their best hunter or would on rescue duty. And then, you know, Samus doesn't say anything, of course, and just kind of does this little, you know, body language stuff. And then I was saying in that moment, yeah, well, about that. And then, and then he goes, we are stranded, you know, and stuff. So, you know. Come on, buddy boy. Unless the item is not actually him showing up again. Because this would be a rather odd place to set up camp. Just because, you know, it's not like around the sunshine and the wilderness and all that stuff, which seems to be his vibe, you know. And of course, you know, her not saying anything and then her actually saying something in Chozo and Dread was just such a cool, just awesome moment, you know. It might just be how it looks on the feedback, but I don't know.
Come back to base camp when you're ready.
I know, Mackenzie. I know. Oh, Armstrong just being like, you know, Mackenzie is just like, I can only, you know, I can only, you know, I had to get creative and I can only get it to 80%. And Armstrong's just like, 80%? That's good, gearhead. It's like, yeah. And, fair enough. Now, it's not a matter of, like, can he or it's not so much a matter of can he, it's more a matter of would he, just because he's always out here. Yeah, I'm not... I'm a cannibal on the western range. I hate city streets and I hate city trains. We'll also say, you know, just... Oh, right, they can collide with stuff and thereby get exploded. I think, anyway. Each of the... And, you know, I'm also just loving all the respect, you know, all the stuff with just the different Marines and stuff. Like, they're all very respectful and, you know, honoring of Samus, and, you know, just it's like in the everything wrong with Metroid Other Him video. It's like, also, why is it that none of these Federation clowns seem to why is it that none of these Federation clowns are in awe of being in the presence of the great Samus Aran? Show some damn respect, you fools. Oh. Unless she keeps doing that. No. But, man, that's Sammy. She's a 10, but she keeps rolling the Viola off a cliff. I haven't run into a green crystal in a while. I don't know if that means there's no more, or if it's just in a, you know, there's just a few more, but in a more isolated spot. Well, it seems like we are either 1 or 2 episodes away from completing the game. Which, you know, unless I want to really go hard and try to get 100% scans, but I do love getting scans and stuff, but like, or learning new stuff, but items are definitely more important. And they're all very different characters too. They're all very, like, unique in their own way and stuff. I mean, even with the little bit of lore we got from the scan logs of the Marines in Prime 2, each of them had, you know, some personality. Yeah. Bye. Just fist pump. Kinda. Still nothing? Oh, 100%. Well, in that case... Is it just part of the... I don't know. Just part of the 100% collected thing, maybe? I don't know. Well, at least we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Was your hunt successful?
No. Yeah. Also nice to see you back here, I guess, because maybe you'll be over at the mine.
I'll be here.
That's what you think. Anyway, no. All right. Time to see that time to see if he's at the mine, you know. And if he's not at the mine, well, I'll just go down in the mine and find a save, and then probably go ahead and call it. But either way, if he is there or if he's not there, I think I'll just yeah, if he's there or if he's not there, I'm just gonna go down into the mine. Yeah, exactly. You know. Okay, now. Now, would you be so kind as to be camping outside of the mine, please? Not that that's a particularly nice spot to be around, but you know what? It's nice for me because you have something that I want. Not to quote Gideon from Mandalorian or whatever.
Have you gathered everything you need? And all we have to do is travel to Chrono Tower together. Come back to base camp when you're ready.
I think it says something in the log about how it right sides itself up or whatever before descending or while descending. Right ends itself. Even on normal difficulty, this game has been pretty challenging. Let me guess, you're not here. Where are you? Is this not actually a? Is this not actually a one of your thingy-mabobbers? Is this? Mm. Hmm. Hmm. That's gonna really annoy me. It's an interesting little detail I just noticed, which is that how the spring ball visually works in this game. It glows just a little bit when deployed, similar to like deploying the boost ball, which, you know, is a nice bit of, like, I don't know, mechanical visualization. Like there is a bit of like a mechanism that is activated in order to accomplish it. Well, I said what I said, and I need to make good on my promise. So, probably at the start of next episode, which may or may not be the finale, we've yet to find out. At the very least, it'll be the pre-finale. But probably anyway. I don't even know how long the final destination is gonna be, or that area is gonna be. Well, yep. All right. Yeah. So either at the start of next episode, or at the start of next episode, I'm gonna go back up to see if he's manifested, or I'm just gonna go through the mine and collect all the stuff that I can, or collect all the pickups that I missed. And then I'll have to remember, I might want to watch my missile usage, since that does summon grievers, apparently. On my end, the color scheme does look a bit more creamy, although it is mostly white still, like with a bit of a silvery shine. On the feedback, it does look more white, though. So, yeah. There's that. Anyway, we got a good amount done. You know. Well, got the max. All 100% of the green energy crystals, so we don't have to worry about that anymore, which is nice. Yeah, just what seems to be Tokabi showing up in one more place, because if that's not the solution, then I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, we can call this the Oreo suit. It's the legacy suit, also known as the fruit suit, also known as the Oreo suit. I don't know. Yeah. So we'll see how next episode goes. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. As always, God bless, and hope to see y'all next time. Ciao.